Hello. Welcome to Modular Character Tools in Unreal Engine. Thank you so much for coming today. Last day of Fest here in Seattle. I've had a blast. First time in Seattle. Gorgeous city. What a gorgeous convention center. And we're going to talk about some really cool stuff. So how can we make our rigging and animation tools easier to use? How can we make rigging accessible to more people? How can rigging become a playful experience instead of a tedious task? So these are questions I've been asking for around 20 years now. The last 20 years of my professional career has been figuring out how to solve problems using rigging and simulation tools. All of this has led me to my current position as product manager for rigging tech in Unreal Engine at Epic Games. And what really amazes me about Unreal Engine is that everything is real time all the time. There's no waiting for renders. Everything is immediate. And our content creation process should also be immediate. We shouldn't have to round trip all of our content between multiple packages. Every modular rigging system I've interfaced with has a big main purpose, and that's to open up a gateway to do much more in way less time. Modular systems enable you to be more creative because it gives you your time back. So in 1972, David Parnas wrote a paper that defined a concept known as the information hiding principle. This principle says a software module hides information by encapsulating the information into a construct which presents an interface. This concept is not that dissimilar to one of my favorite movies ever, The Matrix, which I saw with my dad about 5 times when it came out. So I have a bit of a passion around this particular problem. Now, we aren't necessarily creating the Matrix here, but in layman's terms, the information hiding principle is about making programs easier to interface and easier to build. So while doing research on this, I kind of came to the conclusion that a modular problem is a design problem. And for Unreal 5.5, we spent some time looking at how we can make our workflow easier to use and easier to build on. We believe opening the door to modular deformer systems and modular rigging is the path to making our tools accessible to everyone. Modular control rig literally has modular in the name, so I thought this would be a great place to start. Rigging is hard, but it doesn't have to be. Modular control rig is about assembling a character from parts and getting to your final animation quicker. We're moving into beta, Unreal 5.5. And so why I'm extremely passionate about rigging and technical animation, many are not, and they just want to animate. So when we were studying about modular rig systems, I kind of brought forth this concept of 2 user personas for the system to the team. The first persona was a module author. This is a passionate rigger who understands rigging concepts, control rig, and has the technical rigging chops to build a module. The second persona was a module user. This could be that same passionate rigger who doesn't want to do work twice, or it could be an animator who obtains just enough knowledge to build a character. This second person is where we spent most of our time, as these users have not had access to easy rigging tools. So we wanted to simplify the entire rigging process, get to the fun stuff quicker. The faster you can prototype, the better your final result will be. We wanted to try to make rigging fun, because let's be honest, it isn't to a lot of people. By making a playful experience, it encourages new ways of thinking about character construction. We want all of this to lead to a community that can build and share knowledge together. So this is one of our first mock-ups we did of our what we call the visual schematic. And this really gave us a lot of inspiration for how to potentially display a rig in new ways. This was done by Helga Mati, who's our lead architect of control rig. And with a lot of work from design and our designer, Stefania Medrick, we really explored ways to approach rigging in a more visual way. And this system has empowered our internal teams to work faster. The Colombo rig set was created by an incredibly talented rigger at Epic, Matt Ringo. The modules he created allowed him to rig one version and reuse for the Lego version. Not only that, all of these modules now are available for them for the future use for the team to help solve new problems. And so here's a look at Colombo's modular rig. This is constructed from a series of connected parts designed around Colombo. And this is our modular control rig editor. So modular control rig ships with a pre-built library of modules for you to use in your projects or to use for learning purposes on building your own modules. I've heard many stories of people breaking these things apart and building their own modules, which is really great. The Unreal Engine 5.4 modules that we shipped in spring, those primarily focused on building rigs around bipeds, or creatures that walk on two legs. And so in Unreal Engine 5.5, we added a few new sets of modules. We now support quadruped animal modules to help rigging with four-legged creatures, or more legs, and additionally an innovative set of modules around cars and vehicles with wheels. So modules do not only have to be for creatures and characters. Helga Mati, our lead engineer on Control Rig, created a wonderful talk on modular rigging at our Unreal Fest Prague talk this last summer. It features some experimental modules using Control Rig's indirect proxy controls to build a really advanced scooter rig. I highly recommend checking out this talk for more information on the scooter. It's really great. And everyone asked us to release this rig, so we are. There we go. Not only that, these modules are now a bit more genericized to work with vehicles of any rig size and other mechanical mechanisms, for cars and whatever you want, essentially. The wheel, hinge, and suspension modules can be used on tires to automatically help roll wheels and slide tires around. And we've also added a few advanced modules to help with multi-pivot setups and constraint systems. So these modules are kind of considered version 1, and not to be confused with the Chaos modular car system, which is super awesome if you haven't checked that out yet. These modules are really designed for keyframe animation, posing cars, whereas that system is more about working at runtime. Sure, this can work at runtime, but this is really around building vehicles inside of our modular rigging system and animation tools. So I'm throwing the modules here together. I wanted to show how to use them. And these modules work slightly differently than our biped modules we had in the spring. They're a little less drag and drop. Because they're mechanical parts, all these modules actually interface together. So we spent a lot of time reworking our module hierarchy over here to the left. We've added like a search bar and a few other things, but we found that customers and myself too was in there a lot. And so basically all you have to do is resolve these connectors. And you resolve these connectors to different parts of your rig, the rig builds itself. So the wheels, each of these modules require a bone. So you give it a bone, and you kind of construct a little wheel rig. And whatever you give it, it'll build whatever you need. So if you don't need suspension, you don't have to add it. You can just add a wheel, and you'll get like the automatic rolling. So I've built up a car here with 4 wheels in just a few clicks. So now I'm going to add a really cool module called the Vehicle Pivot Proxy. Proxy controls are awesome in Control Rig. They're basically just a control to drive other controls. And so this is a special one. This talks to all of the wheel modules with a lot of data going back and forth to them. So it'll do things. Once you set this up, you can then drive the rotation of the wheels. It'll set up the suspension modules to collide with the ground and give like a realistic suspension type motion. And so I'm going to set that up here. And now you can see we have tires kind of colliding with the ground and the wheels are turning. And so then you can kind of animate this thing how you would like. And so as I mentioned, proxy controls are an incredibly unique feature to Control Rig. We've had a lot of really cool things come out of this feature from a lot of our customers. And we've added this thing called the Pivot Proxy module. You can create a dynamic pivot on any source within your rig. And if set up correctly, you can then have a multi-pivot rig with a lot of flexibility. This is really great for vehicles because sometimes you might want to animate from the front of the car or the tires, or you might want to animate from all the tires. You can add as many of these as you like all over your asset. So I'm going to add one to the front of the car and to the back. Let's scale these controls up a little bit. Turn off the X-ray mode. We added the X-ray mode that we had in the viewport to all of our Control Rig viewports now, so you can quickly see your controls. So now I can pivot the car around from all these different points, and it brings the whole rig with me. These are also good for characters. These aren't limited to our car rigs. You can totally use these on characters too. So as I mentioned, we spent a lot of time cleaning up this module hierarchy view in 5.5. You can easily filter different connector types now. We really tried to make it not as scary because it does show you a lot of data by default. So now you can hide and unhide these things. And we also added a search, and we added a selection sync. So whatever you're selecting in the viewport will also highlight now in this view, so you can a lot easier get around this window. And I think it can help to understand what is happening underneath as you assemble your modules. So as you construct your module hierarchy, it is solved downwards in order as you would expect with any hierarchy. But we take care of ordering for you. You don't really have to manage this, but we do give you flexibility to rearrange this as needed. All right, so in Unreal, we can create fast, real-time GPU deformers on skeletal meshes using the deformer graph. And now you can build modular deformers, more easily hook up deformers to control rig graphs. So while previously we were able to do this with animation attributes, that's a feature that lets us send data back and forth between our systems in 5.4, we went an extra step this time and rethought the process of building deformers within control rig. Animation attributes were designed to let you pipe data between deformer graph and control rig. They're still there. You can still do cool things with those. We're not getting rid of that feature. But we've streamlined this further with a new add deformer node in the control rig graph. So it's basically easier than ever to build a custom deformer in Unreal within your rig. So here I've built a deformer in my modular rig called a wall deformer. And I can drag and drop it onto my character here, resolve it to a socket, and it's going to immediately start deforming my character. And this is kind of an extreme example. I like to call this the wall deformer because it'll flatten the character, but you can use it for foot squash or whatever. But you can imagine this could be a squash and stretch deformer or any other kind of deformer. And now I'm in my modular rig system. I can hook this up to the rest of my rig, and I get a lot of flexibility. So I'm giving it a parent. So now I can now hand this over to an animator, and they can animate that deformation without ever having set any of that up themselves. So this is that new add deformer node. You have to refresh the variables. Talk about it in a minute. And I just want to give a look at the algorithm. It's not too complicated. I wrote this with a little help from Jack Kai, who's our deformer graph engineer. And this is the deformer graph. So if you want to try to recreate this yourself, this is the code to do that. Oh, did we go too far? I think we went too far. Yeah, we went too far. OK, let's go back one. So here's a more practical use of the wall deformer. And that was not going to play. Hold on. Let's just look at this one. All right. So more practical use of the wall deformer is for tire squish, right? So you can use that on vehicles, and you can kind of get a really cool like ground collision happening. And so if I squish this up, and then if I roll this Unimog, I got this from Daryl Aubert, who from GDC this last year built this awesome truck. These tires are, I think, like 1,000,000 verts or something, really, really heavy. But it's just instant. There's no like delay or anything. So I can now sculpt my tire however I would like as an animator right in my rig. And so here's a look at the graph again of the what the control rig looks like with the add deformer node. You can put as many of these into your control rig as you would like now and hook controls up to your deformers to control them in various ways. There's really no limit here to what you could do. You could put dual quaternion in there if you wanted. That might not make a lot of sense, but maybe that's where you want to do that. It's totally fine. And as I said, it's important to note that on this node, there's a right-click refresh variables. That's how you get the data from deformer graph. It'll bring it all into control rig really quick, and then you can start hooking up your data immediately. That's been a more complicated process in the past, so we're really trying to make that a lot simpler. And this is really cool. So vertex masks. If you notice, you might notice that the deformer is only deforming the tire, not the whole car. So we have the skin weights as vertex mask. You basically give it bones within your asset. And the deformer will just detect whatever it's weighting and only deform those points. So this is a real powerful way. So if you want to deform your whole mesh, you can. Or if you just want to deform like your single tire, you can do that. And the Animator kit. So we've added this new plugin. Frederick Nielsen showed a lot of this yesterday in his awesome talk. When that gets released, if you didn't check it out, go watch it. It's great. But we're going to ship a few pre-built deformers that you can use during animation in Sequencer. So those deformers are great for animators, but they're also for riggers and technical artists to see how to set this all up. All the code is in there. You can go see the graphs. Everything is available right there for you to pick apart or build new things. So I grabbed Wukong from our Paragon data set off the marketplace, soon to be fab, to demo some of these Animator kit deformers. Been really inspired by Blacksmith Wukong. That's an amazing Unreal Engine 5 experience if you haven't checked it out yet. So in just a few clicks, I add a push-pull deformer to Wukong, and I can sculpt his mesh in new ways that were previously impossible with bones. We've also added, yeah, so there we go. He's kind of sculpting his head a little bit. Works on hair and everything. So We've also added a lattice. This is a long requested deformer tool that can be built in just a few clicks now on a character. And so as an animator, I can kind of start grabbing his mesh and pulling it around and setting keys. And all those are just control rig controls. They work just like any other control rig. You don't have to kind of fiddle with a new type of control structure. All right, so back to modular control rig. As I mentioned, we've added a range of ways to construct four-legged creatures of all sorts. I'm going to go through some of these new modules. There's a hind leg module, lets you build a reverse joint leg for use on animals with three-bone legs like wolves and this robot. The animal spine offers a multi-point IK spline setup for use on animals that walk on four legs. It's very similar to human spines, but you need to be able to separate the hips and the chest. This lets you do that. So the animal neck lets you rig a variable size bone neck. A lot of animals in rigs sometimes have just different bone counts. You never really know, so this will handle all of that. And then the tail module is fun. It's kind of like a spline setup. You can use it for a variety of things. It has a cool little dynamics setup in there. All right, so I thought I'd show how we can build a zebra rig in about a minute with these modules. And so I'm just going to walk through here and drag and drop some of these modules onto this asset. This is the African animal pack on our Forever Free marketplace. So you can go grab these assets and try these out yourselves if you would like to do what I'm doing here. There's a lot of assets in there. There's a zebra and all sorts of things. I'll show a few more of those too. But a few clicks, we get some really cool rigging. I can start posing this zebra around. And I took this same rig and I chucked it onto an elephant. And I took our tail module and used it for the trunk. And with the cool little dynamic setup it has on it, I can get some really interesting effects. And I kind of added some of our other modules, wiggled its ears around. So I did this all in the modular control rig editor, just no graphs building any of this. And also wanted to test out something a bit more extreme, alligator way closer to the ground, a little different body composition. And so I could take that tail and tweak a little bit of the dynamic settings and make it a little heavier. But this all worked really well on even this little alligator guy. I mean, I couldn't resist. So yeah, I wanted to try a test of combining these modules with our biped modules. And so I rigged the bottom portion of him with our quad modules and the top portion of him with our biped modules, and it worked out pretty well. And this asset's also available on the marketplace for free. I think it's called Mythical Asset Pack or something. It's on the Forever Free. Really great little packs. Last but not least, the mech. This is from Daryl Aubert in his Unreal Fest diner scene. If you haven't seen that, it's awesome. So he quickly rigged up this guy with kind of just fast bones. So with a few clicks, I was able to just, as long as I gave it the 3 bones, it just started working. So this thing is real flexible. And I'm going to rename it. I'm going to use our mirroring tools. We have mirroring tools. We worked a lot of those for 5.5. To note, see the geometry flip. This is fun. If you have any vector exposed in your module options, it'll flip it for you when you use those tools. So if you're designing these and you want to expose axes and stuff, you can kind of get some help there if you don't want to figure all that out in Control Rig. So the biped modules that we shipped in 5.4 have also received some upgrades. Module metadata. This is, I think, I'm such a rigging nerd. This is one of my most favorite things in this whole system. It can be used when authoring a modular rig to send data between modules. So if metadata is a new term to you or it sounds complex, it really isn't. Metadata is really just where your data is stored. So for example, a variable getting stored on the module itself or on the top module of the entire system, then you can access this data without knowing much about it except the name of it. So when designing the modular control rig features, we quickly hit this wall of like, how do we get the modules to talk to each other as you're building them? So module metadata was the answer because we had a pretty robust metadata system inside Control Rig. And these two nodes are a really powerful force. I'll have to show in a minute. So the set metadata node lets you store this data wherever you'd like. Here I'm storing some data from my foot bone and sending it to the root module. So now any module I add can access that foot bone without knowing the name of it or anything. And the get metadata node will then grab that wherever I put it within the module system. So big request I had from 5.4 was like, hey, it's not working on my Mixamo character, so here's a Mixamo character. I can now drag and drop these modules directly onto it, and it works flawlessly. That's because of the metadata system. And so I did two things, essentially. The modules now build what I like to call template bones procedurally, because really rigging on random incoming data on skeletons is really hard. It's a really hard problem to solve, and you really just can't take into account all the situations. So it's much easier to build a template bone that it rigs and it knows what to do and then attach the other skeleton to it. And so this is common in a lot of modular rig systems that I've seen. And two, we have a set of metadata to define each one of these kind of third-party skeletons, such as Mixamo and mgear. OK, so let's take a look at this metadata setup. If you go into Unreal 5.5 and go find the root module in our plugin, there's a new function in there called generate biped skeleton data. I did not come up with a clever name for that, but this does the job. So we're going to hop into this, and this is going to look terrifying, but it's kind of fun. It's like art. So each one of these graphs is defining a skeleton. And all this is basically like a big spreadsheet. It's a bunch of metadata getting set. And so it really was pretty quick to define each one of these skeletons. I'm basically just assigning names. I'm saying like, hey, on the Mixamo skeleton, my foot bone is named this, and this is the axes. And so we support a range of third-party skeletons kind of from around the internet and industry, and a lot of our internal like Paragon and UE4 and stuff. So it makes these skeletons have much more success in the system. I'm sure there's still some kind of failure rate, but it's working much better now. So it does a check on the skeletons to try to figure out which skeleton it is, such as Mixamo and mgear, and it'll set it for you on the root module. And here I had an override. You can see if I change it, everything turns red because it's a whole other skeleton that doesn't exist here. So, OK, one more thing I want to show in Unreal 5.5. This is our little dragon friend here from a few years ago, some cool dynamic stuff. I want to talk about function and module swapping. I really love this feature. It's saved me so much time. So now you have the ability to swap a function with another variant of a function. We'll hook up pins and let you know about stale pins that might not exist. And so what is great about this, you can do it on a single function, or you can do it for your entire graph or project all at once. Workflow I use a lot is I'll localize a bunch of functions, and I don't know, I might want to go to another function or something. Now you can just do that really quickly without having to manually bring it in, set all your pins and everything. So this has saved me hours. Skeletal meshes. So the skeletal editor enables you to create your bones directly in Unreal if you're not familiar with it. It also lets you paint and edit the skin weights. And the skeletal editor we now consider production ready. We have battle tested the tool with our internal teams. And the skeletal editor combined with our modular rigging and deformers provide a powerful set of tools for building modular characters. And to vet this modular skeleton workflow out, we built the character in Fortnite completely using the skeletal editor. And Nightmare is, I believe, on the store now. I've been here, so I haven't been able to check, but she should be out there now. We really, truly want our tools to work in a production environment because this benefits everyone. One of our awesome technical animators at Epic, Charles Anderson, took this task on Fortnite and worked really closely with us to make sure these tools can deliver the highest quality characters possible. And this enabled us to bypass the round-trip Maya pipeline completely. And to enable production-ready modular workflow, we tackled a lot of things, but kind of focused on 3 areas this release for the skeletal editor. Transferring weights between meshes is a really important part of a rigger's process and toolbox. we were able to implement a new innovative transfer method we're kind of calling Renaudt's transfer, which is also present in our cloth simulation tools. This enables you to transfer weights easily between skeletal mesh assets for reuse of weights. So I want to show you how to use the tool and where to go to start playing with it. Edit weights, we have a new little bellows called weight transfer. And you can load in any other skeletal mesh. So I load Rampage in, and he'll display in your editor directly, so you can kind of get an idea of maybe what your result's going to be. You set your settings up, hit transfer weights, and accept, just kind of like the rest of our tools, and then you'll have some weights on your new character here. So we have a lot of cool ideas coming up for this tool. We're going to definitely keep going down this avenue, but it's really great. So many of our characters have separate parts that need to be rigged. So we put a lot of effort into isolation workflows in the viewport. I can grow my face selection here and isolate only this one armor piece on the arm and just do my work on where I need to. So up here I can come and flood. I love doing this little workflow flood and grab a piece of geometry. Now I can just operate on that. And you can also grab, I'm going to grab all the selected verts, and you can isolate just like a chunk of the mesh to really make it easy to paint weights. A few more tools I want to call out. To help fix stray verts, we've added a weight hammer. This will essentially, if you have like a crazy vert going off into space, it'll grab all the surrounding verts and average it out. Basically, it'll pop that vert back into place. Let's see, once you hit it, I'm going to come in here and grab it. Hit hammer, and there we go. So now the vert is kind of following along. It's a pretty common game problem. And we also have copy and paste to do very similar operations if you need more control. Let's talk about pie. As much as I love pumpkin pie, this isn't the type of pie we are going to talk about. I'm referring to Play and Editor within Unreal, also known as Pi. We've enabled the ability to paint weights during Pi, giving you instant feedback directly during runtime. This saves a ton of time without having to round trip. I want to show you how to do that. So you can load up, I have my game instance running on the right with my character here. If you notice her elbow in the right, it looks pretty gnarly, right? We see that in a lot of games and stuff a lot of times. So I want to come in here and fix my weights. So now I can load up my instance, and in my skeletal editor, I'm even going to get the camera view and everything. And I can just start smoothing out these weights immediately. So I'm going to clean up her elbow here, make it look a little better. I would spend a lot more time on this realistically, but really coming from this, anything is going to be better. So I'm going to smooth it out, relax. We have a really cool relax tool. It's a really smart, kind of looks at all the surrounding vertices, so it's really effective. So when I hit accept, you're going to see it's going to push it into the game for me. There we go. So now my weights are pushed directly into the game. If I had to do that with Maya, this would have been at least an hour, if not longer, depending on what happens between that data transfer. So with just a few clicks, I was able to update that, and then I could check that in and maybe even ship it. So by saying no to round trips, we get new ways to work in Unreal like this. And it's really enabling some awesome workflows. I think we're going to see a lot more stuff coming like this. It's really fun. So the bots on the Megalites demo are a great example of many of these tools working together. So we built the bot animation completely in Unreal Engine. This was not an animation demo. This is a really awesome lights demo, but the team approached Frederick and me. We're like, hey, we have these fun little bots. We want them all over the environment to really test how the lights interface with characters and stuff. So we were like, challenge accepted. Let's do it all in Unreal. So we had 4 variations of these bots, all similar but different enough. This is a common problem with many assets, probably most assets. And so I used one skeleton for the bots. Another kind of common workflow within Unreal. You can also turn the bones multicolored if you didn't know that. So here's the skeleton. And here's that skeleton on all the bots. So within our ecosystem, I'm really, and using the skeletal editor easily to, I can kind of rework this skeleton to work for all these different types of shapes of bots. And they're pretty different. They're different enough to where it would, in most cases, probably need a new skeleton. So this is a good example of putting all these workflow together. And we're going to add some new bones and rigging in him in just a few clicks. So here's some animation from Frederick Nielsen. I loaded it onto my modular rig here. So you can kind of see how the rig works. It's pretty simple. There's no, sometimes simple rigs are the better rig, right? So I need to animate these vents. Frederick needs to animate these vents. So I need to get this to him. And so what I can do within our tools is I can come right over to the skeletal editor. So I'll just switch to the other window. And I'm going to start adding some bones. So I've sped this up a little bit, but this whole process takes about 5 minutes. So I'm going to build a bone here. I don't want to add a control for each one of these vents. I want kind of a cool little nifty setup, so I'm going to show how to do that. So let's add some bones onto our vents here. If you aren't familiar with our tools, you can come in and rename bones. One of my favorite features is that you can hash rename things directly in the outliner. I got that technique from Jason Slafer. I've talked to a lot here. It's a super awesome thing. So we're trying to put more of those types of tools within our ecosystem. So, so now we have, with a few clicks, I have all my vents weighted and bones on them. I'm going to check all their orientations. If you don't know, we don't have a orient matrix in Unreal, so your rotation is your orientation. It's always been super confusing to everyone, but you really just need to care about your rotation. Whatever your bones are rotated to, that's what it is. OK, so now I have everything weighted. I can come into Unreal. I'm going to reload my skeleton. Instantly comes into my rig. I even get sockets for them. The modules are smart enough to just update the sockets for new things. Don't want a control for each one of these, so I'm going to set up a little control with a new constraint module we have. If you want to know more about this constraint module, I actually built it live in one of our live streams a few months ago. It's very basic. Not all modules need to be these crazy big parts of characters. They can just be like a constraint. And this just exposes our constraints in control rig. So I'm going to set up some constraints here. And basically, when I move this control, it's going to rotate all my little vents. All right, these constraints, this constraint thing is fun because you can tell it to be parent, aim, rotation. OK, so we got one of them working, and I'm just going to continue to copy it down into the rest of my little vents here. And so what this is showing is that if I had to go back to Maya to do this workflow, this could have been multiple trips and potentially hours or a whole day just to get this very basic rig to work. Right here, I'm staying all in Unreal. Haven't touched a graph. I love graphs, but sometimes you don't want to touch graphs, right? You just want to get your work done and go to bed. OK, so cool. Wrong constraint, so I'm going to change it over to rotation. So there we go. So now I have a cool little one control controlling all these vents. And within about 5 minutes, I'm able to then check this in, send it to Frederick. He can animate. We can all go to sleep. So that's a cool example of kind of like how all of our tools can really enable you just to work faster and give you your time back. So I thought I'd wake everyone up this morning with our Unreal Fest colors. These are all the cool things we've added. Not all of them, but kind of our big hits. If you're curious to what's out there, I couldn't fit it all into one slide. So here's a continued list of like some smaller items that I think are really important to know about. Talk about some of these here, but some of these we have not gotten to. So future. What are we thinking about for the future? So we really want to empower you to do as much as possible inside of Unreal. By reducing these DCC round trips, we reduce the chance of data loss in this back and forth process with apps such as Maya. Staying in Unreal can directly improve productivity when creating your real-time projects. We're really trying to think about what the future of digital animation looks like. So what we're thinking, we have a lot of really cool ideas. Some of the stuff, most of the stuff's in play already. Physics and control rig and animation sequencer. So we really want to enable folks to do really cool rigging with physics and animate with physics. Contextual controls. How I put it is controllers get out of your way. We really want to explore, what do next generation control schemes look like, such as on-mesh controls. This is a mock-up from Benoit, one of our animation engineers who are actively working on trying to see how we can make these kind of schemes and make your working in Unreal even more interactive. We know that corrective sculpting is a big part of especially linear content pipeline. With the deformer system now, you can do a lot of this work, but we want to take this even further. In module composition, basically what it says, creating modules from modules with no graphs. So everything you've seen today is really only possible because I work with such an amazing team of incredible people. None of this is possible without them, all the developers on the rigging team, animation team, and at Epic, all the product managers, QA designers. Everything here is a gargantuan task of a lot of people working really well together. And we also have some amazing artists at Epic that are just as passionate as I am about the tools. Last thing, if you haven't seen the octopus downstairs, go check it out. That's all control rig, Unreal Engine 5.3. Our very own Matt Ringo at Epic rigged that when he was at Weta, and it's all real-time running. It's super awesome experience and a really neat use case of control rig operating. So thank you for coming, and thank you to all these folks for giving us these awesome tools. I believe we have time for Q&A. If you have a question, just come on up to the mic.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. This is our first time at Unreal Fest. We're really excited to be here in Seattle today to talk about how we use Unreal Engine at Rivian. I can't tell you how many times we've heard, what is a car company doing with Unreal Engine? They don't make video games. We're here to shed some light on that. So my name is Eddie Reyes. I'm a senior manager at Rivian. I'm joined today by Raven Kay, lead designer, Raymond Chow, lead tech artist, and Kartik Mekala, lead software engineering. And of course, we didn't pull any of this off alone. We're representing for multiple teams at Rivian across design and engineering. And it took an army of talented and dedicated individuals to pull this together. So thank you for everyone on the team. Today, we're going to talk about how we use Unreal Engine at Rivian and why. Dive into the creative journey behind our latest art direction. Share some insights into our software development process. And if we have some time left over, we're happy to take some questions. So what are we using Unreal Engine for? We currently deploy Unreal Engine in every vehicle at Rivian. 5 reasons why we use it. Number 1, we're in the business of creating user experiences, not game engines. Our top priority is to continually improve the user experience. And that means we need to focus our developer time on the user experience over low-level graphics or reinventing yet another renderer. Number 2, Unreal Engine scales down, which is critical for infotainment, where computational efficiency is everything. Our hardware is running dozens of concurrent workloads at all times, and we need to share resources across all of those. Number 3, tooling. Unreal Engine Editor gives us a common platform for engineers and designers to come together seamlessly. Design iterations happen, and these tools empower us to embrace iteration without losing velocity. Number 4, developer and artist ecosystem. Hiring top talent is incredibly difficult, especially in automotive where real-time rendering in 3D is only now starting to take off. Unreal Engine has an amazing ecosystem around it, and it's growing. Number 5, Epic Games is an amazing partner. They've taken our requirements seriously, and they deliver every time, and shout out to the Epic Games HMI team. This is our infotainment module. It's based on a Qualcomm platform, and on R1, we render to 3 displays: the driver display, the center display, and the rear center display. It's the central access point to just about every feature in the vehicle, from navigation, radio, media, phone, various vehicle settings, and we even have a camp app. And the list of features is only going to grow over time. On the driver display, Unreal Engine is front and center. It plays a critical role in informing the driver of the vehicle's situational awareness, visually providing sensor data at all times, from low-speed maneuvering like parking and the associated parking sensors, to highway driving use cases like assisted cruise control and highway assist. On the center display, we've just recently deployed Unreal Engine across various apps, with real-time visualizations across the board, replacing tons of legacy still renders, which came with scalability challenges, as you can imagine, since we support every color, every trim, and every wheel package. In this photo, we see a Drive Modes app running on the center display. Depending on the motor variant, we have up to 9 drive modes. For on-road, we have all-purpose, sport, conserve, and snow. For off-road, it's all-terrain, drift, rally, rock crawl, and soft sand. Our team supports every single Rivian vehicle from R1 products to EDV. And of course, we're bringing Unreal Engine along for the ride in the upcoming midsize lineup with R2 and R3. Some more about our ADAS, or Advanced Driver Assistance System visualizations. With Gen 2 launching earlier this year, we introduced Lane Change on Command, where we visually inform you while the vehicle automatically changes lanes with the turn of a signal. On the right side of the screen, from top to bottom, we render for blind spot monitoring, lane departure warning, manual park assist, and forward collision warning, among others. And we support a very similar set of driver assistance-focused visualizations on EDV as well. Recently, we've taken our art direction in a completely different direction from traditional photoreal rendering. This was a bold decision, and we're proud of what we've accomplished. I'd like to hand it off to Raven Kay to walk you through that creative journey.
OK. Thanks, Eddie. Hi, everybody. I'm Raven, lead visualization designer at Rivian, and I'm going to speak a bit more about our new cel-shaded look, from concepting to production, mostly focusing on the drive modes application. All right, so here you can see the progression of our display art, starting with our early adoption of a 2D, more photoreal looking static images approach. Now we've shifted into just a completely real-time rendered, fully CG scene for all of our drive modes. And this approach started back in 2022 when we asked ourselves, rather than the industry standard of photoreal visuals, what if we instead created an illustrative style unique to Rivian? And we wanted this style to be reflective of our brand, so something bold, playful, and ambitious. But what would that actually look like, and how could we achieve it? Once we knew photorealism wasn't what our goal was, it was time for us to start pulling some inspiration. So on this slide, you can see some early references, really leading into more of a cartoony vibe, but specifically focusing on the Studio Ghibli aesthetic. And this was for a few reasons. First, their films celebrate the environment and nature, which was directly in line with Rivian's commitment to sustainability. Also, their characters and narratives evoke a strong emotional response, which is what we wanted for our drive modes application. And lastly, their distinctive art style would set Rivian apart from other tech-focused interfaces, creating something that's more appealing to customers looking for a unique experience. So now that we had a little bit more of an idea of an art direction, it was time to take it a little further. Now you can see some early illustrative explorations of merging this cel-shaded cartoony look with more of a technical line art style. And we liked how this was coming together, so we dove a little deeper. Here you can see taking this style and treating it to other elements in what would be our drive modes worlds. Things like foliage, the ground, the sky, and the sun were all thought about in this style. And now that we had all these pieces, we had to put them together into actual illustrations of these drive modes in the worlds that they could possibly be in. So you'll see this over the next few slides. So the worlds were very important, but so was the car. As you can see here, there were multiple views for our vehicles, so we knew even with drive modes, it would be seen in multiple perspectives, but also across other applications in our infotainment system. So we were paying attention to things like highlights, shadows, and reflections, as well as line weight for the actual cel-shaded style. On top of that, we have multiple different exterior paint options. So this was really important to consider in the beginning while trying to create our environments and the color palette. We wanted to make sure that our drive mode scenes and settings helped support the car. It didn't compete with it. So the car always needed to remain a focal point in all of our drive modes. So we now had a really nice artistic idea, right, going forward with 2D concepts, but we still had no idea how this actually would translate in a CG world. Would some of it fall short? Would some of it not look correct on our driver displays? We still weren't sure, so we had to move into production. Again, I'm going to focus specifically on our worlds and our set dressing and all the assets inside of it, mostly for drive modes. So here are some additional concepts for our drive modes, thinking specifically about Unreal Engine and framing. Again, we wanted to find ways to communicate to our customers what each drive mode experience should feel like. So it was important that the sets and the props and even the camera itself all be indicative of the feeling once you get into that drive mode. On the right, you can see an early first passes of some previs of these concepts in Engine. And while the concepts on the left ended up being a bit more detailed, you'll notice as I continue on that some props, environments, and cameras were actually kept. And this is all great. Now we have actual framing and sets and everything for our drive modes. But something else to consider is switching between drive modes, right? So for example, a customer might be in all-purpose mode, but want to switch into conserve. What would that look like? So we had to explore that too. So here's an early animation of what some of this could potentially be what could be displayed on the screen while switching drive modes. So here you can see a first pass of the car itself moving into the different environments, followed by a secondary concept of the environment and the camera itself changing around a stationary car. And we thought this was really fun and playful and ambitious, hitting some of our original goals. So we went forward with this idea. And this is an early first pass inside of the engine, combining all of these concepts together. So you'll notice some experiments in the treatment of the environment props, camera angles, the sets, and all of this was created by multiple artists. So because there were so many drive modes, we decided to kind of tackle this together as a team, but also independently. So all of these 2D elements, 3D models, shaders, effects, animations, and the renders were all handled start to finish independently by different artists. And we just kind of pooled together what may or may not have worked as a collaborative effort. And it's a lot to go through. Honestly, there's a lot of assets. But you can see here our final of where we landed. Again, you'll notice some props, environments, and cameras that we kept. So our early previs was super important in order to help our workflow just run smoothly and get to this point. But again, we had a lot of drive modes and a lot of artists working individually. So we needed to make sure in the end that all of our drive modes and art assets looked cohesive. In order to do this, we decided to focus on one specific mode for the polish overall, and that ended up being our camp mode. You can see on the left, again, more of that early 2D photoreal style, and then where it's landed now. And we thought camp mode would really be the best scene to try and polish and hone in because it kind of reflected back to that idea of a Studio Ghibli inviting, warm, welcoming feeling. So in this mode specifically, we could play around a little bit more with some ambient animated assets, as well as time of day, and also how to treat that. So how could we show the passage of time, as well as depth cues, and still line art in the cel-shaded style without using traditional artistic methods like directional lights or height fog? And the answer really just became color. Not just that, but we had to explore how to handle the line weight around different assets in order to make sure your eye goes towards the car. And here's a sneak peek behind the scenes for how that level was created. Like with most standard CG scenes, you'll see there's a camera, so everything around the car is all going to be in frame. You'll also notice a mix of 3D elements and then these cards with 2D art on them. And this became our approach for all of our drive mode scenes. It's for a few reasons, actually. The first, just artistically, we could get a little bit more control this way, especially when it came to depth cues for the lines themselves. It also helped troubleshoot and problem solve some technical issues that we ran into, because from the beginning, we always knew that our art assets and everything in drive modes would need to be as efficient as possible. Because of software sharing, it was never going to just be about the drive modes application itself. There were multiple other applications that would need to run at the same time. And all of this was made smooth and efficient as a process because of our close collaboration with the dev team from the beginning. So our design team and devs from the start worked side by side to hit both the artistic direction and also the technical requirements to make this possible. I'm extremely proud of everything that we've done. And on that note, I'll hand it over to Raymond to speak more about the vehicle and the technical art approaches.
Awesome, thanks Raven.
Yeah.
So hi, my name is Raymond, and today I want to talk about some tech art challenges we face in tech art and how we overcame them. As you can see here, this is one of our North Star references image in 2D. And deconstructing the cel shading art style, we have 3 clearly defined color tones, some stylistic lighting and reflections, and finally there are hard shadows with clean edges that also need to be dynamic for the drive modes app. We decided early on that it would be difficult to achieve the same look in 3D using a realistic lighting model. So we opted instead to not use lights and do everything with unlit shaders. Additionally, meshes were UV'd in a way to minimize the use of textures. This type of hyper-optimization allowed us to free up memory and resources to other applications across the infotainment platform. In this example here, for the lenses, everything here on this top left in the shader, we could specify all those islands to be black, while all the UV islands for the light bar below, for example, would be shaded red. Shadows, we're done with decals. For the vehicle, the decal was attached to the blueprint so that whenever the vehicle pose changed or the environment morphed, the shadows will still stay intact. Color space was another interesting issue. Because our North Star images were done in Figma, and Figma only supports sRGB values from 0 to 255, and Unreal uses linear color space. So we needed to figure out a way how to do a color conversion, which will allow for quick input and iteration. Our solution was to create a post-process material to replace the tone mapper. And we took the final color buffer and raised the color values by 1 divided by 2.2, converting the linear colors to sRGB. The end result allowed us to quickly iterate from specs given to us by designers and input them directly into the engine. One quick note on this is I did attend the color session yesterday from Rod Bogart, and I think this actually should be color encoding in that color space. Excellent talk. If you haven't seen it, highly recommend watching it later on YouTube if it's available. And moving forward, we would definitely reevaluate our color pipeline. Vehicle lines were another important aspect of our cell shading lifestyle, our cell shading art style. As you can see, each category has its own line weight and thickness. And for the vehicle, we use two solutions. For the inner lines, we use geometry, where we can model the lines and thickness, as well as tapers. This helped with side shots with grazing angles, such as conserve, and also allowed us to cover any gaps in the models, such as spaces between the doors. For the outlines, we did a post-process material in screen space. This way, our outlines could work in any angle for the vehicle. We implemented an edge detection algorithm using depth buffer. And additionally, we also used a custom depth buffer, so objects in front of the vehicle would correctly occlude the outline. For the instrument cluster, we had to do additional refinement due to the smaller display. Oftentimes, these lines were a single pixel thick. To combat this, we reduced line contrast and strategically removed any lines causing the vehicle to look cluttered. In certain areas, geometry lines were also replaced with sign distance field textures to help with the aliasing. As you can see on the right, overall this gave the R1 a much cleaner look. Reflections were one of the most challenging aspects in this project, mostly because we didn't have any lights or reflection captures in our scenes. Not only did we aim to have dynamic reflections, but we also wanted the ability to have unique reflections for each drive mode. Again, we turned to sign distance field textures. On the left is an example of a hand-drawn reflection in UV space, and the right is the converted sign distance field version. The gradient in the sign distance field texture allowed us to morph reflections from drive mode to drive mode. In this example here, we start with an off third drive mode reflection for snow. And during the transition, if our current camera position is less than a given threshold value, we lerp to a calculated reflection before settling in to a new auto reflection for drift. As you can see, it adds a ton of life to the scene and really ties the vehicle to the environment. What's nice about this system is that because the Drive Mode app allows users to two-finger touch to orbit the camera view, using this technique allowed us to create a more immersive scene by having the reflection subtly react to the user's input. Also, really want to quickly touch base on maintainability. Given the number of different vehicle configs and variants there are, using Unreal Engine saved us from having to maintain and render over 18,000 images just for the Drive Mode app alone. On the back end, we created a configuration component that leveraged material parameter collections and data tables. This reduced the need of having to create multiple material instances or incurring the overhead cost of a dynamic material instance. So for example, if you want to change the body color from the body config component, this would trigger a data table lookup for the new color values. And that in return is fed into a material parameter collection in the shader. Adding new colors can simply be done by adding a new data table row. Next, I want to talk about our scene transitions. We had a persistent sky so that color bands can lurk between drive modes and not have any visual pops or glitches. We also used a cube for the sky mesh so that the lines did not distort from any wide camera angle lenses. The sun and moon were also persistent and would all rise and set to mimic the passage of time when animating to a new drive mode. If you recall earlier, the transition concept was to have the car remain in place but react to the scene as it changed around it. The challenge here was to figure out how we can unload the drive mode sublevels while still having smooth transitions. As you can see, our transitions always happen from screen left with the old scene rolling out and the new scene rolling in. By adding the changing vehicle pose and rotating wheels, it gives us the illusion of the R1 driving to a new terrain. Once the animation finishes, we unload the old sublevel. For environments, all objects were kept as static meshes, and animations were done through a vertex deformation in the shader. All objects in the scene were also given a drive mode index, so our environment manager can specify which objects should be transitioning in or out with a single alpha. For the props, we add additional shader logic so they can shrink or grow during transitions, while background cards can translate vertically. To help with continuity, we also add in additional grid that will roll in during transitions and be a mix of the old and new terrain colors. This provided a nice gradient as it transitioned through the scene, and also helped to hide any gaps in the terrain caused by the vertex deformations. And finally, it was always important to us that these animations never locked the user's ability to interact with the UI. If they so choose, they could always switch to a new drive mode, even in the middle of a transition. So we developed a transition manager to ensure that everything in the scene, including camera, vehicle, sky, sun, and moon, environment, and props, would always stay in sync and still transition smoothly. Now I'll hand it over to Kartik for some engineering insights.
Thanks, Raymond. Hey, I'm Kartik. I'm here to talk to you guys about our development process and how we've architected our software, and hopefully give you guys some insights into what it's like to work in our team. I'll start with some high-level goals. At the end of the day, we do make automotive software, so it's really important for us to really hold a high bar in terms of system stability. And as my previous speakers have mentioned, we do share our system resources with a lot of different applications within our entertainment system. So like hyper-optimizing your solutions tend to be a recurring theme in our day-to-day. At the same time, we want to be able to really enable the high level of creativity that comes from our design team. And to be able to do this, we borrow from the game industry, right? So we wanted to design a process that enables fast iteration and tight collaboration with the design and between the design and the dev teams, and really make all of this possible. So this is what a typical workflow process for any new feature looks like. We usually start with like a high-level requirement from the design team. And the design team usually consults with the engineering team to just make sure that any system constraints are taken into account before the actual requirements are handed to the engineering team. And once we have that, we jump straight into prototyping the feature within the editor. And we've invested in some processes and some tools and infrastructure to make that possible, and I'll cover that in just a little bit. And once we have that early prototype within the editor, the design team and the engineering team are able to have that tight collaboration. It's very often that we find our designers and engineers jumping onto a Zoom call or like getting into a room and really playing with things within the editor, authoring, vehicle poses, cameras, and then committing that pretty quickly as part of this tight collaboration process. Once we have that, once our ambitious design team is happy and the engineering team is happy with that initial prototype, the engineering team usually breaks off and really hardens that solution for system stability and for that hyper-optimized performance. And to do this, our engineers have their dev kits at home, and they are able to do some amount of end-to-end hardware testing. But once they're happy with it, the software is handed over to our vehicle integration team. And these guys do an amazing job to be able to test that software within the vehicle and give us feedback in both usability, stability, and performance, and all of that. And then once we're able to incorporate all of that feedback from the integration team, we submit these changes into our production source control. But once we've done that, the software gets deployed to a much larger fleet of dev vehicles within Rivian. And we get a lot more feedback from the larger Rivian team, our key stakeholders. And once we've incorporated all that feedback, gained that confidence through mileage accumulation, through all of our testing, and once everyone's happy with it, there's a sign-off, and it gets actually released into the next over-the-air update for our customers. Here are some examples and ways in which we really try to sink into that fast iteration and tight collaboration with the design pieces. Here's a video of just a debug menu that we use within the editor. And what this allows us to do is simulate the exact same signals that we expect to see in an actual vehicle. And you can see how this is really powerful to create that first prototype without having to get near a Rivian vehicle and do all this within the editor. And at the same time, it also helps engineers sort of debug, optimize their solutions, and like I said, also collaborate with the design team and really author and tweak things to what we think is perfection. Another workflow that we heavily use, we have the ability to actually record vehicle signal data from our vehicles and actually play it back into our editor. So this video is actually captured just from within the editor, and we just have a process that's playing back that, what we call PCAP data into our editor. And you can see how this is powerful, both in terms of the engineering team being able to debug issues that are reported by the test team, but at the same time also iterate with the design team. We often will make changes to the user experience and iterate through it within the editor and know that a similar user experience is actually is what we expect when the software is put into an actual vehicle. Another example here, like our designers and our engineers have the ability to just use this debug menu, play with the vehicle pose. This is an example of the vehicle pose and the camera tuning, but we do sort of similar tools in other places. Really tweak it to their satisfaction, and then with the hit of a button, commit that into the software and know that that's what they can expect to see when it's actually dropped into a vehicle. I'll switch gears on you guys a little bit here because I'd also like to give you guys some insight in just the way we've architected our software. Again, I'm going to repeat myself a little bit here, but we share our system resources with a lot of different applications that are within the infotainment system. We are rendering to 3 screens, but even if you consider just a single screen, the instrument cluster, there's just a lot going on. We have the navigation view on the left. We have the camera view on the right. We have the 3D ADAS view in the center, and that's the piece where our Unreal Engine application is rendering into. And there's a lot of additional 2D UI, some of which is like mission critical for driver aid. And to be able to do this presents some additional challenges that are not typical in the game development processes, right? So being able to elegantly compose all those views together and figure out a good way in which we can optimize and share these resources across our different applications, that's a challenge that we sort of deal with on a day-to-day. Two other requirements I wanted to mention here. We do support driver safety and driver assistive features like blind spot monitoring, forward collision warning, manual park assist, just to name a few. And it's really important for us that once we get these signals from our vehicle, we show that information to the driver as soon as we possibly can. So that's that low latency piece. Also, like I mentioned, we try to hold ourselves to a really high bar in terms of system stability. But in the rare cases that, for example, the 3D view did crash or go down, then we have additional fallbacks in place, right? And the way we've designed our system is to ensure that, for one, the other views within the instrument cluster are not affected when something goes wrong within the engine. And at the same time, we have some fallback mechanisms of just preserving as much vehicle functionality as we possibly can when things do go wrong. So to pull this off, we worked with our amazing partners in the Epic Games HMI team. We do use the Android single instance as a service plugin provided to us within the engine. And Joe talked about it a little bit in one of the prior talks in the session, so do please check it out. And the way we use that, we have the instrument cluster app and the Unreal Instance service. Both these are separate processes that run within the vehicle. The instrument cluster app hosts that 3D ADAS view, and that's one of many views, like I'd mentioned. And it's able to send that view render surface across to the Unreal Instance. And that's where the Unreal Engine application is hosted and is able to render into that render surface. And we also have bidirectional communication between the app and the service by means of callbacks, like when, for example, like a level is loaded or a level is unloaded, that sort of callbacks. And we also have the ability to send data from the application into the service. Also, what calling out here is that both the app and the service have their own communication channels to the vehicle signal service. And that sort of assists in that process isolation piece that I'd mentioned earlier. Again, in the odd cases where something goes wrong, we have fallbacks in place. If the app goes down, it almost instantly boots back up because it tends to be a really lightweight application by itself. And we don't need to reboot the Unreal Engine service or the Unreal Engine application. And if the Unreal Engine app does go down or the service goes down, the remaining views within the instrument cluster applications are not affected by it, and a lot of the vehicle functionality is still preserved. So that was the instrument cluster. When we decided to integrate this into our center console, that presented some additional requirements or challenges. We did want to integrate real-time 3D into multiple applications within our center console, and that includes the drive modes, the camp app, the energy app, and the settings app today. And what we wanted to make sure is when you're switching between these applications, there's like a seamless user experience. So we don't want like loading screen or any of that. But we wanted the real-time 3D to be available to our drivers and our users as soon as possible. And we also wanted to make sure that the amount of system resources or just the developer complexity required to introduce real-time 3D into an additional application is as low as we could possibly design it to be. So to pull this off, we leaned on our amazing Android single instance plugin again, and we were able to extend it to essentially work with multiple applications. We still have the single Unreal Instance service that's hosting all of these center console content. And then we have multiple applications providing that 3D view for the Unreal Engine application to be able to render into. And the app and the service are able to maintain context in a way that the user is able to switch back and forth between applications and preserve context when they're switching between applications. And also just the ability to add another real-time 3D application in one of our apps is pretty low in terms of, again, like I mentioned, the system resources and just the developer complexity of introducing more use cases. So one of the things we also wanted to do was all this amazing cel-shaded content that we created. We were always looking for ways in which we could give that same impact, that same brand recognition into other use cases within Rivian. And the way we did that was using Unreal Engine plugins. So what we were able to do is create a plugin with all our shared core like assets and services, and use that plugin inside an infotainment module that helped us deliver those driver display and center console use cases that you guys just saw. But at the same time, we were able to create like an image generation pipeline. And that allows us to generate images for all the different variants and vehicle configurations and the things that were mentioned earlier into our infotainment, our mobile app, our website, social media channels. And this also sets us up in a really good place to be able to consider additional use cases in the future. And that's something we're always thinking about, is just how we can add additional brand recognition and real-time 3D impact for Rivian. Here's how we were able to celebrate that cell shading look. Like I mentioned, we were able to bring it into our mobile application, our website, our social media, and I thought this was fun, the NASDAQ announcement in Times Square, New York. That was me. I'll invite Eddie back to the stage to close us up on some final thoughts.
Great. Thanks, Kartik. Cool. We're really excited about the future of Unreal Engine in automotive and the impact that Rivian has had here. And we'll have more updates rolling out every month. In fact, here's an update that we just pushed out a few days ago. For R1 owners in the audience today, every time you make a change in your drive mode settings, we visually explain exactly what you changed and the intended side effects across ride height, ride feel, regen, and stability. This update is rolling out right now with software version 2024.35. We're also excited to announce that we'll be adding 6 additional vehicle classifications within the ADAS view on our Gen 2 vehicles. ADAS team has been hard at work adding support for pickups, sedans, SUVs, buses, minivans, and delivery vans, expanding on a previous set, which was cars, trucks, motorcycles, bicyclists, and pedestrians. This is a direct result of Rivian's modern machine learning first autonomy platform, which uses early fusion of the vehicle's cameras and radars to generate a 360-degree surrounding of the scene. There's tons more to come, so stay tuned for future over-the-air updates. Thank you for coming. We'll go ahead and open up for Q&A. And also, we're hiring. Please come talk to us outside if you're interested in careers at Rivian.
Thank you all so much for joining us today for the last day of Unreal Fest and one of the last sessions that we're running here. It's been an absolute blast to connect with so many amazing and talented people in this industry. Today, we will be talking about influencers and how they can be leveraged in the context of UEFN, which we're really excited to take you through. All right, so I'm Agatha, Managing Director for Cherry-Pick Gaming, which is a subdivision of Cherry-Pick Talent. I will be taking you through a short presentation with some of our learnings from supporting brands and studios in this space, and how we manage to drive CCUs, which I know is a really important metric for a lot of you here. And after that, we will be going into a panel with Nikki, our head of creative, as well as the lovely Julia from Epic Games. So a very, very quick intro to Cherry-Pick, if you don't know us and what we do. We've been working in the influencer industry for the past 8 years, finding our niche in the gaming market, really. We have worked with a multitude of mobile gaming developers, AAA studios, and brands looking to engage in the gaming space, and really trying to help them achieve their goals, KPIs, and drive results for them. We're also helping brands navigating the gaming space in itself, so actually being integrated in games, may that be through Fortnite or over experiences. So first of all, while we are here, we are looking obviously to show you how influencers can move the needle for your games. The chart you're seeing here is from a real-life case study from last year for a branded map that we built with a fragrance brand. As you can see here, the graph, the blue line is the number of plays we were seeing per day, and the orange arrow is whenever influencer content launched and when it drove those gameplays. So there's clearly a direct correlation between the two. And the spikes that it was driving for the game. So for this one, it was a mix of short-form content, live stream, Fortnite news creators, and having multiple creators engaged in multiple platforms. And depending on the goals that we had for the brand, we were looking to either be driving sales for their products or driving CCUs to the map. So for this specific island, which went beyond the length of time that you're seeing on this graph, we managed to drive a spike of 600 CCUs within the timeline of the campaign. So again, seeing that influencers really can drive an impact in bringing people into your game. So in running those type of campaigns, we've had quite a few learnings. I'm going to share a couple here. Please don't take this as a template of how you should be doing your marketing with influencers moving forward, because those are learnings that we've seen on individual campaigns, and that change from campaign to campaign. So we would take a very different approach depending on the KPIs you're after, on the measurements you're looking to see, as well as the type of game you would be promoting. We would have a different approach for a box fight map, or an only up, or a tycoon, or a rocket racing map, for example. So one of the big learning we had was timing in two different ways. The first time was around condensing the time of your promotion. We've seen that if we blast everything within a 1 to 2 hour window, we can drive a CCU increase into the game, which then could trigger an appearance in trending. At the end of the day, the influencers will be promoting your map, but it's not what will drive longevity. If you're able to be featured in the Fortnite page, you're able to keep it going and keep people engaged and get them to your game. So having that short window, condensing that time, can allow to do that, and can trigger a moment in trending or in the most searched tab. Taking advantage of time zone is an interesting one as well. We've had campaigns where our clients were looking to promote the game in multiple markets, including Europe and the US. And we saw that when we started doing things in Europe, obviously earlier in the day for North America, we were able to trigger a moment in the discovery page on which the North American audience picked up on later and were able to play on later. Incentivizing players is a really good way to help as well. You have to provide an incentive to play that can bring in fans. If you don't have that, at the end of the day, if you're just having an influencer talking about your map, showing your map, players may not go in. There's a few ways that you can do that. There can be goodies in the map that are fun for the audience to discover, that are linked to the influencer, like a mesh hat, a backpack, or things like that are linked to them. And that provides value to them. If it's just about promoting the map in itself, it won't necessarily be driving people in. Giveaways is also a really good way to engage. Again, when you work with those influencers/creators, we also call them creators in our space, they love their audience and they want to reward their audience. And if you can give them the opportunity to do that, they'll do everything they can to help you and drive those people in. And one of the fun things that we've seen as well is NPCs. So having an NPC in game that is representing of the influencer, for example, can make it really exciting for their audience to jump in, take a picture with it, take a screenshot, and sharing it on social media. So all in all, if there is moments where you can create like a social media moment for the audience to jump in, this is a really good way to incentivize them to jump in. So for example, here, we created the Dude Perfect map, which we launched in June, which I'll talk a little bit more, we'll show you a bit more after. But some of the things that we did to incentivize the audience was having a custom wearable helmet, for example, for the players. And we had different versions of it. We incentivized them to stay into the game, and the longer they played, the more versions of the helmet they were able to wear, for example. We also had a selfie station with their famous panda, which is a mascot of the Dude Perfect brand, where people were able to, dance and emote and take pictures there. And then we had an influencer NPC of Tyler, which is one of the guys from Dude Perfect, where people were able to engage and interact with him. And then I think one of the other ways that are really important in terms of partnerships and working with creators to help you, towards your goals and driving people to your games, is trying to really build in partnerships. It's really a way that will benefit you in the long term. If you just think about influencers as one-offs, they might not be incentivized first to keep it going and keep people excited about your game. But if you think about them in the long term and how you can keep engaging with them, they will have more of an incentive to keep promoting your game and be excited about it and share updates with their audience. That's one of the big things that we encourage people to think about is like, how can you do that with creators? Can you create opportunities for them to be included in the development of your map? Can they be, a creative director for your map? Can they be included into your map? Can you have a custom element for them in there? It's a really good way to create those partnerships long term with them and make them feel included in the process. And then some of the things that we would take into account as well when promoting is what is the game about. It's not just about creating content. It's not because you're going to have one influencer that has a really high CCU on Twitch or millions of views on TikTok that you're going to be driving people there. The game is also obviously a massive, massive piece of it. You need to have a game that's engaging and a game that people will feel excited about. So a few things that I've seen, for example, is we've had games where it was a multiplayer game, right? And if the game was not as popular at the time that the audience would jump in, if they're alone in the game, if there is nothing for them to play there, obviously you're not going to retain them. So is there something that you can build into your gameplay that can allow someone that will jump into the map that they will be able to play and do something? Otherwise, obviously, you're losing them and they're not sticking into the game. Are you launching a game that's a new category in discovery and obviously not as popular or as not known by the audience? If that's the case, that's something that I would encourage to communicate clearly with the influencers and include that in a brief with them to tell them that they're clearly communicating that to their audience and they can incentivize them to jump in the map and properly execute and tell them what the game is about. So those are some of the learnings. We'll have a lot more in the panel in a few seconds when we'll be having Julia and Nikki jumping in. Before that, I will be showing you a quick video about what we did with Dude Perfect and having GoPro as a sponsor as part of the map, which was a very, very exciting collaboration. And we'll be jumping in right now.
Let's do this!
Today, we are pumped to announce that we are dropping the Dude Perfect Extreme Dodgeball map on Fortnite.
Let's do this!
Welcome to Extreme Dodgeball.
Let's do this!
Please be prepared to drop in to Dodgeball Island.
What a beautiful place to win a battle. I feel phenomenal about it.
Let's do this! Can you feel the fire?
You're throwing shots at each other.
Let's do this! Let's do this! Are you ready for combat?
No way, they've custom things.
Oh wow, I have aim assist. You just turned into a firework. Look how powerful I am. I have a crown. Wait, I'm so good.
Pound it, noggin. See ya, see ya.
So loads of fun on this one. Really amazing opportunity that we had to work with Dude Perfect, which is always a ton of fun. Then we also worked with OK Bears, which was a map that launched last year. We had different strategy here. We worked with a lot of Fortnite streamers. So we had 24 Fortnite creators that were involved in the tournament organized by the Peach Cobbler, which some of you might be familiar with. As well as short-form content that was more for a sustained strategy. So we have one big live stream where those 24 competitors came in. They played into the game, obviously promoted it. And then after that, to keep the hype going, we had additional creators that jumped in on social media, so on TikTok and on YouTube to sustain interest and awareness and keep people excited about it. So all in all, it drove 1.5 million views in terms of the content, but also 1.25 million plays, which was a massive success. All right, we're going to be jumping into the panel. So I'm going to welcome Nikki to the stage, as well as Julia. So we can start discussing. Over to you, Nikki.
Thanks, AB. That trailer's got me so hyped. I feel like I want to play dodgeball, but also I'm no good at dodgeball, so I wouldn't want to do that. Thank you so much for walking us through that. So this segment of the panel, of the session, sorry, is a panel. We're going to have a candid chat around our experience in the industry. We're all coming from slightly different angles. But to kick that off, I'd love if we could each introduce ourselves. AB, I know you kind of took us through that a second ago, but maybe if you could just kick off with your background and what you've been up to.
Of course. So yeah, Agatha, Managing Director for Quadruped Gaming. I've experienced working in the influencer space for the past 8 years, which feels like a lifetime in that space, considering the industry is still so young. But yeah, I've been working across gaming experiences as well as regular campaigns with brands into different spaces. And I've been involved in the gaming space mainly for the past 2-3 years, I would say, helping brands navigate the Fortnite ecosystem as well as Roblox and other games that a lot of people are interested in right now, and helping both on the influencer side of things as well as the build side of things.
Awesome. Julia, who are you?
Hi, I'm Julia Onken, and I am part of a small team called the Influencer Team at Epic Games. And so that means kind of handling everything from our relationships with top influencers for all the different games under Epic, including Fortnite, and all the way to in-game partnerships like the Icon series. But a big chunk of what we do is sponsorships and creating content with content creators to promote all the different things that we're constantly launching, especially in BR, week over week, month over month.
Awesome. For my part, I'm head of creative at Cherrypick, so that means that I work with creators and brands and influencers to ideate campaign strategy that delivers on the KPIs of that given campaign. And further in my background, I was a full-time content creator myself for about 10 years. And I kind of try to bring that experience with me to each of the campaigns that we work on. So on that note, I feel like we chatted earlier, and I think perhaps the most valuable part of this session would be able to talk about working with influencers as creators, developers, brands, and kind of sharing our insight from our various backgrounds onto that. So to kick things off, probably the hardest question when it comes to working with influencers is how can creators or developers identify the right creators, influencers to work with for a project? And what should they be considering when it comes to that?
Yeah, happy to jump in. I think there's multiple aspects you need to look into. A few of them include the match with your brand and your game in itself. As I said earlier, you would be selecting different creators depending on what your game is about to make sure that there is a true and genuine interest from them to promote the game. If you pick someone just because they have a great following but don't necessarily love playing those type of games, it will come unnaturally in their content. And I think that's obviously one of the biggest piece of the puzzles in making sure that you have something that creates engaging content and converts at the end of the day, which is what we're looking to do.
Mm-hmm. And Julia, is there anything from your perspective about selecting an influencer for a campaign?
Yeah, I mean, I think discovery can be difficult, right? Like, I think everybody here knows probably the top 50 creators for Fortnite content specifically and other games. But it is difficult to dig in and figure out, well, who are the people getting kind of 50 viewers on their Twitch stream that might want to partner with me, and we can kind of convert those 50 viewers into players. There are tools out there that do kind of scraping, and you can type in how many followers you want them to have, what kind of content they have. Some of them are free, some of them are paid. You can work with an agency like a Cherry Pick who will surface all these different types of creators to you once you kind of have identified what you're looking for. But it's always great to go to that 5th page of Twitch, or start looking up kind of sorting by new on YouTube, things like that, and really kind of look hard for those folks that are emerging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So if we've conquered selecting influencers, the next step is, whether it's through an agency or otherwise, how do we approach an influencer? What is the next step in that pipeline?
I would love to talk about this because I hear a lot from island creators on sort of, how do I get an influencer's attention? Can you introduce me to so-and-so, that sort of thing. And I think something that maybe a lot of folks aren't familiar with is sort of the behind the scenes on influencer. And this goes for celebrity too. This isn't just influencer. The industry is shifting to be very similar to celebrity, to be honest. Most top influencers, and I would say kind of in the mid-range to top, this is what happens. Most of them have managers and or agents. Some of them are also part of orgs. So those are potentially 3 different places that they have representation. Influencers who are more emerging and some mid-level do kind of do their own business deals. They do read their own emails. They do read their own DMs. And I think many would like to stay that way as long as possible, but at some point you get big enough that you need a team around you. And so when you see folks, their bio is, Nikki@gmail.com or whatever, and it's in their bio, that's usually likely a business email that multiple people have access to. And a manager or an agent, it is their job to go through and evaluate opportunities that come through that inbox and negotiate with you and present that to the talent. And so it can feel like it's really necessary to develop a personal relationship with multiple influencers or find a way to sort of get their direct attention. But if you're thinking about it from a business perspective, approach with a business deal and sort of do that the above board way we were kind of talking about. And that's a process that folks need to get into for those kind of bigger talent. The smaller talent is kind of a different story, which we can chat through, but I think those are where you can kind of develop real sort of partnerships and advocacy and work with their communities. But I do get the question a lot of how do I get, the ninjas of the world, right, to pay attention? And Ninja has an awesome agency behind him that will happily negotiate with you, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we were talking about this earlier, the content creator space matured over time, and it's very similar now in this creator space whereby it can feel a bit Wild West at times, but it's very quickly maturing, and there is a lot of industry standards being established. So popping someone a DM, by all means, go for it, but I would say that's probably the least likely way to capture that connection. So kind of in that vein, and you did kind of touch on this a second ago, but being above board, like what does that mean? What would you like to see happen in the next sort of 6 to 12 months in this space?
Yeah, I'm going to jump in again on this one because this is also something, and by the way, I've been meeting with a lot of you over the past couple of days, and I'm learning a ton about what you guys are already trying and some of the challenges that island creators and developers are facing when they're trying to engage with influencers. One thing that I think is pretty key for a lot of people to understand are things like FTC disclosures. So the government regulates influencer marketing, right? And that's why you see #ad. It's different in every country. There's kind of different laws, but each country, those are kind of, you can find them. But in the US, the FTC is the regulator. And they kind of, like Nikki said, it can feel like the Wild West. The influencer industry is super young, but it's a few years older than Fortnite, UEFN as an industry. So we're sort of trying to catch both of those up. But what the government says about influencer marketing is that any time an influencer gets any kind of value from a brand, and you guys are all brands as developers, you have your brand. When there's any type of relationship that has value, it must be disclosed. So that's why you'll see, a lot of people have been asking me about the early access skins program. That's why you'll see, folks on that list are saying #EpicPartner every time they post about it. We're not paying them to post about it, but they're getting a skin for free. And so it's difficult and it's annoying because we all hate seeing #ad everywhere, right? Like it kind of sucks, but that's something that the government does regulate, and it's really important if you guys are engaging in influencer marketing for your islands that you are putting in your brief, like use #ad or #GoodGamersPartner or something like that, right? To make it obvious that there is a material relationship between the two parties, because the FTC is going after you guys and they're going after the influencers. And that is happening. We are seeing that regulation crack down. So I just want to keep everybody safe.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a high tide rises all ships. So if the standards are raised across the board, it benefits everyone. It's very similar in the UK. For anyone that may be watching at home from the UK, the ASA is very much looking in the same direction as the FTC. Avi, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I totally agree. That's one of the most important pieces, and that's what brought the influencer industry to where we are at today in terms of how it's regulated and keeps it entertaining for everyone. So no, I agree.
Amazing. Okay, I think this is probably the most valuable part of what we're going to talk about. I kind of want to talk about the pipeline of working on an influencer campaign with the view of it being, with a creator. Can you, both of you, since we've worked together quite a lot, do you want to talk us, what is that pipeline like? Maybe if you want to walk us through that.
I can jump in.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people see social media as such a fun platform. They sometimes forget it can be a full-time job, and there's so many steps that are included in making a partnership and a campaign successful when working with influencers. So, when we work with Julia and the team, there's so many elements we take into account. There is a very thorough review of the creators we're going to be working with. We create a list and we dive fully into their content and making sure they're safe from a brand perspective, but also are a good match in terms of what we're looking to promote. Then we work together on a brief, and the brief section is extremely important because this is what the creators will read to understand what they need to promote, right? So if you forget anything in there, there is no going back once the content is filmed. So you need to be very thorough in making sure that you check what's included in there, and that you work together with the brand and the creator to meet the demands on both sides, right? Like a brand obviously has certain elements they want to show in the content, and the influencer wants their own creative direction as well. And you don't want to kill that. You absolutely want the creators to be creating amazing content, and they know their audience the best, so they will have the best direction to give you in terms of creating good content, but they also have to follow the brand guidelines. So we work together on that aspect. Then comes the outreach, the contracts, negotiating the contracts, sometimes, especially if managers or agents are included. Then there is, the whole discussing with the creator in terms of the content they'd like to create and how they would like the brand to show up, and working back and forth between yourself or the brand and the creator to make sure that we create something that we feel comfortable with. And I think one of the things we were discussing earlier is that don't assume that the influencer understands everything that's in that brief. You know your brand and you know what you're talking about, but they're not. They're discovering it for the first time. And so if you pass on that brief, you might think that that's okay, I did my job and this is going to be working and the content will look great. But you might be surprised in seeing content coming back that's not exactly what you were thinking about. So it's really important to check in and make sure that that influencer you're working with fully understands what you were after. Otherwise, there could be some bad surprises in terms of the content coming back. But then there's also the measurement side of things. Once all the content is live, you want to make sure that everything performs up to your expectations and works according to what you're trying to achieve with your KPIs, whether it's awareness, whether it's driving traffic and conversion. So there's many steps to the process when it comes to working with them.
I think what's really interesting is, and I come up against this quite a lot, is brands or developers, whoever it may be, will look to exchange in a way that isn't perhaps financial, which means that you're gifting something, and again, there would still need to be a disclosure. But what happens is that without a contract in place or something, a watertight brief that, say, an agency has looked over or that you know is going to get you what you need, there is no guarantee that there's going to be an end result with that influencer. So, for example, you may send your product, if you're a brand, to a creator, and there's no guarantee that A, they're going to talk about it, or B, if they're going to mention what it is you want them to talk about. So it's very touch and go in that sense. And so I would always advocate for contracting creators and making sure that the brief is watertight. I think I've lost count of how many briefs, Julia, that we've worked on together, whereby you go back and forth and you're like, yeah, this is right, that is exactly what I needed to say, and it's watertight from the get-go, because otherwise, as Agatha said, there is no going back once you've sent that brief out, because you've contracted it, it's signed. So I think there's really a place for paid partnerships, and it doesn't necessarily need to be a dirty word. I think it can really elevate the content that you end up getting together and show off your brand the best way possible.
Yeah, and I think something that we often put in Epic Games briefs are, your audience, and this is for influencers, your audience should be excited that you have a brand deal, right? It is, I hate hashtag ad, right? We all do. We got to do it. But at the same time, content creators should be paid for their work. They should be paid fairly. And their audiences are stoked for them to land brand deals. And so I think on all sides, if you're promoting an island and you're giving some kind of value in exchange, we won't go into it, but of course, we know there's rev shares happening on the back end of a lot of these islands. That's all great, but in terms of that disclosure, we don't need to feel like we need to hide any of that, because the influencers are stoked to get the deal. You guys are stoked to be partnering with great influencers, and I think we can be upfront about that and have audiences kind of in on that too, and saying this is an awesome economy.
Yeah. I think if everyone's excited about it, then there's no reason to hide that disclosure, because it's it's an ad, but this is some of the coolest content we've made together. So I really agree.
And I would say that mentality around the audience and the hashtag ad has changed so much in the past 3 years. Before that, I was like, oh, this is an ad, I'm not going to watch it. But in the past 3 years, as you said, you can see the fans are advocating for their creators and say, wow, I'm so glad that a brand recognized you're doing amazing work and amazing content and are working with you. If you read through the comments of those TikToks or on YouTube Shorts and everything, you can see that they're really excited for them.
Get that bag.
I didn't want to say it, but you went for it.
Actually, I did. Julie, you mentioned this, and I think just for the sake of clarification, when it comes to the structure around influencers that is now so established, what's the difference, or in your experience, agents, managers, representation, how does that work?
Yeah, and especially in the gaming industry, there's a lot of crossover. So a manager is typically, somebody's sidekick day to day, right? They are handling things like scheduling. They are handling things, oftentimes business deals, but they're ultimately sort of a partner for the content creator, the influencer. An agent is a little bit more formal. A lot of states actually require you to get a license to be an agent, and it means that you can essentially perform business deals on behalf of somebody else, and it requires you to have a fiduciary duty to that person, meaning you have to act in a responsible way with their money. And so big agencies like CAA, UTA, WME, these are some of the really, really big agencies that a lot of your favorite influencers in the Fortnite space are represented by these mega agencies who are also representing authors, celebrities, athletes. And those are the folks that you're really talking to them about business deals only. Managers are a little bit more like, want to come to this event? Can we chat through this idea I have? But there is a lot of crossover, to be honest, where a lot of managers are representing talent, but it's not super often that agents are representing talent as managers. And it can be really confusing, but once you kind of get into that world, you start figuring out what it looks like, and everybody kind of knows everybody in the Fortnite space, at least, who are those agents and managers. And then agencies, like my friends here at Cherry Pick Talent, are working with talent in a non-exclusive way, right? So they are kind of the brokers in between me as a brand and the influencer on the other side, and they're the ones, if we're doing a large-scale campaign and I'm like, hey guys, can you help me with this? They are the ones in between, but they're talking to the agent or the manager. They are handling the contracting, the negotiation. I just have to give thumbs up on one side. These guys do all the amazing work. And we end up sort of being able to work with any influencer, right? Because an agent or a manager is only going to represent a certain number of talent. Going with an agency allows you to kind of diversify how many people you're working with. Did that answer?
They did, yeah. I'd love you to write that down for me because I think I'd need that in my day-to-day. Okay, so we've kind of covered off the pipeline of working with influencers. AB, this is more touching on kind of what you showed us with Dude Perfect. So slight segue here. But in what way can influencers collaborate with developers, creators in the UEFN creation process? And maybe you can speak a little bit how involved Dude Perfect were in that example, and maybe a bit more generally.
Yeah, absolutely. So in this specific situation with Dude Perfect, we approached them about this opportunity last year. So it's been over 7 months in the making before we launched the game, and it was really much a creative process in the sense that they wanted to guide what the game would be about, but they also understood that the developer knew better than them in terms of developing the game, right? They understand that the developers knows better how to create engaging mechanics for the players, how to engage the players, how to retain them and keep them into the game. So it was great in the sense that they were able to guide the content and saying, this is the type of content we want to create. We always wanted to create like a dodgeball map, a dodgeball video on our channel, and we kind of started playing with that. So what we did is we created a video that was all about dodgeball in real life on an island. They flew to an island and created this awesome video, which was a ton of fun. And what we tried doing is recreating that in Fortnite in a dodgeball game. We recreated a custom dodgeball launcher with Creators Corp, which was the developer for this one, and they were incredible and working in partnership with us. And then so there was the guidance in terms of the creative from the developer, from the influencer, but the developer was the one building and guiding how the game should be looking. And I think those type of partnerships, it really makes sense in the sense that you have obviously the creator promoting the game, and then you have the developer benefiting from it. In terms of the financials of it, it was discussed between the developer and the creator, and they decided to work on a rev share for the specific thing. But there's so many other ways you can be working with creators. It doesn't have to be like a game built for them. It can be them just being a part of a season of your game where they're included for a few weeks, or creating a specific item for them so they can reward their audience in some way. So I think it's all about trying to get creative and discussing with them, especially if you're going to be working with Fortnite influencers, right? They know the space and they know what's going on there, and I'm sure they have plenty of ideas of how they would like to be involved in it. So create those conversations and try to build those partnerships and try to think about the long term about how that could come together.
You just went straight ahead into my next question, but Julia, I'd love your perspective on it too. How do we see, kind of in that vein, how do we see influencers being more involved in UEFN as it evolves and as it grows? Is it the collaborations in that style, or do they pop in for a season, as you said? And Julia, like your thoughts on that as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing a couple different ways that this plays out. One of them is kind of the fact that in this industry now, creator is a term that is growing, right? You're all creators. These are all content creators. And then we're seeing top influencers, content creators, building map teams, right? Like you all know, like TG, Cypher, Allier, they're all kind of investing in this space and kind of balancing with both sides. They're sort of creating an experience, promoting that experience, creating it, promoting it. It's an awesome flywheel. We're also seeing that in the effort to market all of your experiences, you're growing your brands and you're growing your content creation and having to become content creators yourselves. So it's kind of, we're all meeting in the middle here, right? Where creator means a few things at Epic, which is kind of why we all get confused when we're like, which kind of creator? But I think that's awesome, and that's only going to improve over time. People are going to get better at both sides. On the other side, I think one thing that I'm learning and I'm seeing is, so to your point, when you collaborate and build with an influencer, something that they have a vision for, some feedback that I'm hearing from some people is it can be difficult when somebody is a content creator and they would like a map built for their content, right? Not for players, but a map that they can create memeable moments from, and maybe it doesn't translate into awesome gameplay. So I really think that like while most creators are becoming all the types of creators themselves, I think when you are collaborating with influencers, it's so important for you as developer creators to advocate for the fact that, okay, I know what the players are going to want, and we want to, you know, you're going to get them in, and I'm going to keep them there. And so I would love to see more of those types of collaborations, and where they really, you're both bringing that expertise to the table and creating that one creator together.
Yeah, awesome. Anything to add, AV? No?
Oh, that was great.
I want to go back to kind of revisiting that pipeline. You've run the campaign together. From a creative perspective and an influencer perspective too, how can we measure success? So I ask that in the sense of, as a brand, obviously things like CPMs, CPIs, CPVs, lots of Cs. Could you explain kind of what those are to maybe an audience that is only slightly familiar with them?
Yeah, I think, so one thing I should mention before we jump into all the Cs is, as we all know, specifically within Fortnite, Epic cares a lot about player privacy, right? So we do not have that funnel that many other companies and brands and platforms have, where you're able to, you know, we've all said that like our friends are listening to us, right? And in a lot of other situations, you hear something, you see it, you know, on a Facebook ad, and that ad follows you until you make that purchase. And that's an awesome data pipeline, and we would all love this, right? Where you know that someone watched a TikTok and then that person was in your map for 18 minutes. You would love that information. Unfortunately, we don't have that because we really care about not following Fortnite players around. That said, we do have data outside of the app or the game, and we have data inside of the game. And so within those confines, we track these different metrics. So maybe you want to explain all the different Cs.
Yeah, CPM, CPV. Yeah, for some of you that might not be familiar, CPM is cost per impression, CPV is cost per view, CPI is cost per install, CPA cost per acquisition, all the marketing language, a lot of fun. So those all cater to different KPIs. So if you are looking, you know, to bring awareness to your game and you're looking to get as many views as possible, that we would be talking about a CPM or a CPV, for example. This doesn't necessarily translate in conversions though. So something that we look into is like, depending if, for example, Julia was to come to us and say, I want to drive this campaign on a CPM basis, would be optimizing and choosing content format that would appeal to that KPI. So we would choose, you know, a format where we know we can deliver a lot of views, there could be a lot of engagement as well. If we're looking to have a KPI where we're looking to convert an audience, which would be more of a CPI or a CPA, for example, then we would choose different content format. We would be looking for content format that we know we can link out to, content format where we know we can have certain messaging that allows to have that call to action, which doesn't always work depending on the format you're working with. So those are the things we would be looking into to make sure we achieve the objectives of the client based on what they're telling us and what they want to do, and that we would choose the formats carefully to achieve those goals.
And I think you can also, start with one goal and realize that that was not necessarily the KPI you really needed to be focused on, and pivot. I think something that we discussed earlier was, so TikTok as a platform is difficult to drive CPIs because you can't link on a single TikTok video, right? You've got to do the link in bio thing. But so when you're sponsoring a TikTok, it's an awareness play, right? You're going for views, you're going for engagement. That said, if you get a lot of views and you think this piece of content is amazing, you can then take that piece of content and you can turn that into an ad by boosting it, and that will allow you to add a link through the TikTok app. So you can kind of then say, all right, this has a lot of views, I know this content is performing well, I'm gonna add a link to it and see if it's driving to my creator page, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think we were talking about this earlier. UGC, there's lots of different ways of working with influencers, so you don't necessarily need to work with the ninjas of the world. There are obviously different tiers of influencer in the same way that there are different sized developers. So UGC is a really affordable way to get into the influencer game, where you have a gamer play your game, and show how exciting it is, how much fun they're having, but they don't post it. Actually, what you do as a developer, you're like, okay, well, I'm going to pay you to make that, but then I'm going to run that as an ad. And that's something you can experiment with. As an agency, we work a lot in the mobile gaming space. So a lot of our mobile partners will do that, and that's how they drive a lot of their user acquisition. So they find that influencers tend to convert much higher because there's that thing of if you have a recommendation from a friend, you're more likely to follow it. So I like to consider influencers as like a mix between celebrity and friend. They have the recognizability of a celebrity, but then that kind of interpersonality of a friend that you're like, oh, okay, that recommendation, I'm going to consider that a little bit more. And I think that's why a lot of mobile apps tend to use that in their acquisition. And I pretty much would be certain that all of us here have been served an ad like that, where it's like, have you checked out this game? And it's just someone sat on their couch, rather than polished gameplay.
Yeah.
And there's a world for both, but I would definitely say that, you know, if budget is a concern, exploring UGC in that route could answer, you know, a problem for you.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of aspects to UGC that can be very interesting. It could be very cost effective in terms of being able to control your media spend and how much money you're allocating towards this ad and where you target it and see where you can drive the best results. But there is also the fact that, you know, you're able to control where this is going to and having the link, as you were mentioning earlier, which can be really good.
And to do that, you're going to need usage rights. So this is another thing. If you see something in the wild, if you see a great piece of content that somebody made about your map already, reach out to them, ask if you can get usage rights from them. So again, if it's on TikTok, for example, and this exists on all these platforms, but just using TikTok as an example, let's say you see an awesome TikTok about your map. Reach out to that person, send them a DM, ask them for the Spark code, and they'll give you permission. And the Spark code is something that if they're a creator, they basically take that video and they give you this code that tells TikTok, this creator is allowing this other person, this developer, to use their video. It means you can boost it, send it to other people, add a link to it, and have that video get served up to the people that you're targeting. You can set like what age range, you know, who's going to receive that video, and then it will link to your creator page. And again, that's pretty cost effective, especially if that's just a fan that has made that video. You know, if it's a great video, you could work with them on additional ones too, right? A/B test all these different types of creative.
Yeah, and that's one of those instances too where if you know what you're doing with usage terms and rights, go guns blazing. But I think there's an element to it where, you know, you need to be very clear about how much usage you have, how long for. Oftentimes, you may need to disclose how much spend you're putting behind it. So having someone in the mix that can assist you on that is to my mind, beneficial and makes it a little bit more watertight than perhaps a DM on Instagram. But for sure, you know, reach out to those people that are playing your games and are making the great content already, because they are the best ambassadors since they already love your product.
Yeah, and can I add one point to that? From the media side of things, you know, some brands or creators may want to use their trailer because their trailer looks amazing, which they totally do. But one thing that I've seen is if you're working with a creator to use an ad, and we have A/B tested it in the sense of, you know, using UGC, so content created by an influencer versus a trailer created by a brand, we always see the content creator outperforming in terms of number of clicks, in terms of engagement. This is because when you're on platforms like TikTok or Instagram or YouTube, you're so used to seeing creator content that you're less likely, you know, to pass on the ad. You want to watch it because this is what you came for to watch on the platform, versus we all know when we're watching YouTube and, you know, watching those platforms, we tend to skip through the ads. So I think that's one element to take into account, is that those tend to perform a lot better and drive, you know, significant results for your maps.
Yeah, and actually, just to add to that, one thing that Epic's really good at, and one thing that I'd like to say that Cherry Pick is good at too, is I think we really try to encourage creators, in this instance, influencers, to know their worth. So if you are being approached and you're being asked to make UGC content, or if you're being asked to give usage to your content, it's about knowing that that is a transaction and knowing that you can charge for that, and that it is, however, still kind of an emerging space, and there isn't an industry standard to speak of, and it's very much down to each individual involved and each individual project and opportunity. But absolutely want creators of all different verticals to feel empowered to know that they can charge for that, but also that there is, you know, whilst there's no industry standard, there are expectations that should be met in regards to that, and happy to have conversations around it afterwards as well. And that's just something I encountered as a content creator. Yeah, actually, I would love to open up the floor to questions. So if anyone does have questions, we have a microphone here, whether that's about creators as map builders, island builders, or if that's about working with influencers. So yeah, if anyone does have any questions, please do feel free to jump up and ask. And you also have Julia here to answer any questions around any Epic-specific questions. So seize the moment, essentially.